Hello, hello, I'm Kasazaki Usagi, and I am here with more Final Fantasy XIV. We were in the middle of the early 3 quest, or 3 dungeon run. We have one last one to do, and then the story starts to pick up at long last, so. Let's get that started. Really quickly, things are still pending with Twitch, so the icons for subscribers are not yet working. They take up to 48 hours to go through, sometimes longer. So I'm sorry about that. If I could make it go faster, I would. But for now, let's hop right to it. We have our ears, we got our pants, though it does not look like it. And we are moving right along. Look at this fancy rabbit. Oh, I know what outfit that is. Did she dye it? Yeah, she dyed it. It looks real nice dyed. I had no idea. I gave all mine away, which was dumb. I see now. She looks so good. Alright, anyway. Welcome to the quicksand, friend. I'm a tad busy right now. If you wouldn't mind showing yourself to... Judging by your determined expression, I take it you aren't here for ale. Are you called Akaliana by chance? Moline sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't just come all this way to listen to my prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started, so let's talk business, shall we? A blue mage just licked me. Where are you? A blue mage licked my soul. And then they ran away. Was it you? So blue mages have this ability. Because there's all these crazy blue mage things that they can do. They can go into the extreme fights and whatnot. So they need stats from tanks, healers, and DPS. So what they do is they run to like the busiest city they can find and look for a healer and lick them. I've run all through Gadania trying to find a white mage to lick. We call it licking, it's not really that, but I was licked. My very essence was stolen from me. I feel like it was you, but I can't prove it. Oh, you're a black mage, so it definitely wasn't you. They licked me and ran. Outrageous. Momodi is waiting to brief you on your task. The petitioner ought to be arriving any moment now. Gods almighty, another second under that sun and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you would be so kind. Excellent timing, Papa Shan. It just so happens the adventurer who will be handing your petition here is here. So this winsome lass is the much-lauded adventurer, is she? Marvelous, marvelous. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lady. I'm Papa Shan, formerly of the Sultan Sworn. I thank you for agreeing to lend us your aid. Mayhap I'd like to appraise Akali of her mission? Yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine at Armenja and Sons Mineral Concern. It relates into an unfortunate development at Copperbell Mines. To be plain, guest has seized control of the place. These giants are of the clan known as the Hetkonares, fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mines during the bygone Thorn dynasty. Alas, it seems they have managed to break through the layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all mining activities at the site. It's no wonder they're angry. The Thorn dynasty came to an end over 300 years ago. You know your history well, milady. People of that age used the Hestrones to work in their mines by way of enchanted helms, but they were able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will. But it is off the way of such tales, such enchantments eventually failed, and slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Hachkanares, our ancestors introduced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the great giant revolt was ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock. Well, now that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Copperbelt in the Mithril Eye a fortnight or so ago. It said the mines were reopening so as to meet the rising demand for building materials. Like as not, our boys dug a bit too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think the poor creatures are alive and kicking after 3 centuries. That's a long time to nurse a grudge. They must be seething. Indeed, and that's what makes them dangerous to us all. There will be no mining at Copperbelt so long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is a task which we would have you undertake. I will not deny the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great, and I beg you, put an end to this sorry business. God bless you. I feared that you might have reservations, but I assure you it is for the best. In case you don't know, Copperbelt mines are in western Thanolin. Do take care, you hear? Ah, and one last thing before you depart. An employee of Armarja and Sons is presently at the quicksand. The fellow's name is Painted Mesa, and he knows Copperbelt mines well. If it may behoove you to seek his counsel. I get now tongue-tied. Looking for Painted Mesa? You found him. So you're an adventurer who's volunteered to deal with the mess down in Copperbelt, are you? You got guts, miss. I just hope you got skills to go with him, because things ain't pretty down there. Hetra Donners have left the place in a right state, and nary a week after the mine resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbelt was old when the Second Old Dynasty was still young, and it was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would have never thought to reopen. We knew full well about the giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried under the mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong. Our miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of the pickaxe too many, and they found themselves in the company of giants. Unless we subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. The stone torches keep watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nation's resting on you, friend. Best of luck. It's a little fucked up, what we're doing, but... Was it you? Did you lick? It was you. You licked me. Western. I like the music that was playing. It's real good. Oh, I'm stuck. That should be a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Hello? Hello, hello. How are you today? I'm also quite sleepy. I woke up earlier than I wanted to, but I couldn't fall back asleep, so I just got up and started my day. Oh, NPCs. We found the Dolores Bear and his entire party dead. The giants were thorough in their work. Judging by their tracks, it would seem they tried to rush a horde of the creatures. I cannot say for sure what drove an inexperienced crew like theirs to throw caution to the wind, but I do have my suspicions. We are all our own worst critics, and our desire to better past achievements can rob us of good sense. Thus, we do become more given to recklessness. While it's important to have goals, one must not fixate upon them to the exclusion of all else. Do so, and you will surely pay the price, as the Dolores Bear and his comrades did this day. I have been an adventurer for long years, and borne witness to many a pivotal moment in history. Though the times may have changed, the essence of our trade has not. Adventuring has ever been a quest for self-betterment through challenges freely faced, and it shall remain so. As an adventurer becomes more experienced, he will naturally acquire a love of justice and an understanding of the spirit of self-sacrifice. Such experience cannot be measured in any tangible way, yet it most assuredly shapes who we are, grounded as it is in the decisions we have made in our journey and the consequences, good or ill. I sense a light within you, young one, and it tells me that you are destined for greatness. Oh, gosh, I would love some more sleep. There's been an incident in Copper Bell Mines. We are here to ensure that its effects are contained, but for your own safety, I suggest that you stay well away from here. What? You're the adventurer who's volunteered to quell the Hectionires? I didn't think Papa Shan would be able to find someone so quickly, if at all. The giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now, but it's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see to them, the better. Make ready as best you can and enter at will. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's do it. Dungeon time. Wow. Ooh. I'm so glad they fixed the elevators. Used to vibrate intensely. No one goes down here usually. Yeah, I don't mind. Now that they've put accessories in the treasure chest and taken away all like the garbage, it is somewhat worth it for when you've got little babies with you to try and get those chests. The problem becomes they've moved the position of all the chests, so I don't know where those are anymore. Yeah, you don't get potions and stuff anymore, so it's definitely worth opening all the chests, because you'll get accessories and stuff. Which is, because of how they've changed things, I find that most little sproutlings are lacking in accessories. They'll go to, like, all the way to 50 with, like, the level 1 rings, because your quest accessories only come from side quests usually, and then they eventually change that, but if you are just on the MSQ path, you will definitely be short your side. They also changed it so that a piece of gear drops for you regardless. Although I didn't get one in Sastasha. I got one in Timtara, which is nice. It helps keep people geared as they need to be. Because there was nothing worse than doing like the Stone Vigil with a tank that was in the absolute bare minimum. don't either. But then I did all the side quests. So yeah, I don't remember it being a problem. The only time I had a problem, because I started playing at just when Stormblood dropped, but then I got really into the game around patch 4.3, I think it was. So the only time I ever hit a gear problem was trying to go from 08 to 09. I just wasn't geared enough. But that's not a story progression problem. That was just I hit the end of the road and I needed to start grinding tomestones. Ugh, please. Yeah, get that treasure. Oh, belts. For me. They're taking out belts. They're taking out belts, and the last thing I need from E9S, is it 9? Yeah, 9, is a belt. And it's just like, what's the point? Yeah, honestly though. It's such an obnoxious accessory. Is there a chest in here anymore? There is. Oh yeah, me. I'll use it. During the hardest boss in this whole dungeon. Slime. Oh, I healed myself. Oops. It's just so tedious, and it's like baby's first mechanic. Get out of there! Whoa. Yeah, I thought he was gonna die. Well, it's absolutely pointless for me to try and do anything. I'm gonna touch this treasure chest instead. Goodness gracious. When do I get the loot? Finally. I'm dying. This tank wants to kill everything. Nobody gets out alive. Sir. Yeah, honestly. I'm a little under-geared. Yeah. I could do it. But it's over for the most part. I think there's just some dogs left. There's a chest over here. Oh my god. Where is the magical stuff? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much, Zach. I'm trying to pretend I'm a sprout, and that hasn't been going well. Oh, I like that. That sounds right up my alley. I love collectins. I hope it's going well for you. Crystal is one of my favorites. I see, I see. Gosh darn it. I didn't want anything from this crummy dungeon anyway. I'm leaving. Dang, like nothing. I got a belt. What's my purpose? Back to Ulta? Yep. Oops. The fanfare does feel good. I feel incredibly overleveled. That's okay. There's some big gaps later. Perhaps I should have teleported back. Just, oh, Ulda at night is so pretty. It's all lit up with the star backdrop. That's good. That's good stuff. This game is so gorgeous. Like, unbelievably gorgeous. Oh, someone fired their tank at me. Well, not at me, but they did fire their tank. Oh, what I should do, because I haven't done it yet, so hang around the Thaumaturgy Guild overmuch. I like the Thaumaturgies, because look at them. Look at this little cult of Lalafels. Just look at them all. I love it. They're all brothers. Oh my god, what's happening here? Oh, that's the new emote that you get in Baja. And here's their little leader. I love them. It's just that they're Lalafels that absolutely kills me. I don't have the Adventurers Guild. What's wrong with me? Ah, the Conqueror of Copperbell returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ulda will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papashan the next I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Momody. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. No! Shut your mouth, you thriving little swine. You stole from me. Don't even think to deny it. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with me own coin. What rot! You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, with much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm going to say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you'd never set foot in this town. Hello! By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades, you know, help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear of your crime. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is me witness. Please, adventurer, help me, I beg of ye. I swear on me mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved. I only wanted to treat my children to a decent meal. And who the hells are you when you're at home? The dog's master? I've had enough of this mummer's farce. You lot teach them a lesson. Oh, no, I've played it before, but with the new expansion announcement, I decided to go through the story once more, chew up all that lore, and get ready for fall. I ain't getting paid enough for this. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Thank ye, kind adventurer. Thank ye thrice over. I'd swear there were more refugees than when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved. Though they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Ul'dah has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that the refugees would try their luck here first. My heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. I dare say the Blast Braids would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Garlean Empire patrolling the streets of Riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. What will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins, get your dodo tenderloins. Guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. Looking around, you'd think Ul'dah was well on its way to recovery, but peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Madam, are ye all right? What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? What? You saw her buy that meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Oh, who said that? I'll overlook this, but just this once. God bless ye, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what monster might have done. It don't bear thinking about. Case closed. Oh, it's... Hello again. We have been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. Yeah. I can't wait to read Urianger. You discharged your duty as envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in the face of myriad dangers. But most importantly, you were always ready to help those in need, even if you didn't stand to earn a guild by doing so. You are possessed of the qualities we seek in an adventurer. Of this we are convinced. Even if you were kind of dragged into this business with that dodo meat. Yes, thank you, Ida. And then there's the matter of your gift. I dare say you are curious as to the nature of the vision you bore witness to moments ago. Well, we can help you understand it. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we'd love for you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning, for we would have you lend your strength to our cause. In return, we should be glad to assist your adventuring endeavors in whatever way we are able. Should you decide to take us up on our offer, and I sincerely hope you will, pray speak with Modi, the proprietress of the Quickstand, is a good friend of ours. She will tell you where to find us. Wait a minute, we haven't even told you the name of our order. We're the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone except for Mayodi. She already knows that. I am taking a sippy. The character makes a little... Oh. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Scenes like that are becoming ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be all right. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knees, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tales of gentlemen's woes with the womenfolk from time to time. Ah, Akali! Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to the fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well. To look at you, no one would ever guess you'd been hard at work with giants in the dark. You're every ilm the adventurer Mayone said you'd be, Akali. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here that wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew who she meant right away. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. My name is Ida. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania I'm sorry. We were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avere, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of his chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of the woman you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I'm inspired just as Avere once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to see you first, to ask you your name. Akaliana. I shan't forget. Thank you, Akaliana. I pray that we will meet again. Fare you well. Adventuring can be a cruel, bleeding business. Time was, I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of this guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Thought it'd be a right pain in the arse looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be part of your lives. And that goes double for yours, Akali. Eh? What did you say? You want to know more about the scions of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest, then. Listen, Akali, the scions ain't no ordinary folk, and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. Memodi is ready to tell you what she knows about the scions of the Seventh Dawn. So you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear, if I painted certain death on the door and limitless wealth on the another, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being Ul'Dan. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you, Akali. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. The scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for is called the Waken Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance, and you'll be let in. You're a woman in demand, Akali, and these days ahead promise to be busy. But I hope you won't forget about them as helped make you into the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell them how you're faring from time to time. You hear? Right, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Gosh, they give you certificates now, so you can just teleport to Vesper Bay. And I'm just like, while this is good, back in my day, we had to go back and forth from Horizon to Vesper Bay. On foot, through snow, uphill and downhill. Both ways. Adventurers these days. Old adventurers these days don't know how good they have it. Yeah, it is. When you eventually have to do the ceremonies and stuff for the 5-year anniversary, you do Gridania, Ulda, Limsa, and then you take the boat back. Limsa Lominsa. So, but unless you're actually like, I don't know if it's worth it at a certain point. I guess it depends on how much money. Getting to Limsa is expensive. So goddamn far away. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above you to quench my thirst for you. Tro-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo. Oh! I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have permanent business here, I must ask you to... Here at the behest of Ida and Papalimo. My sincerest apologies. May I have your name? Akaliana. Akaliana. Oh, there you are. Ahem. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands, headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the Solar, and I shall let her know to expect you. Antecedent. The antecedent awaits you downstairs within the Solar. You may enter whenever you are ready. A-Tribe? The antecedent made an offer I couldn't refuse. Said if I joined, I got to fight against Primals and Imperials both to my heart's content. I know I could get the same by enlisting in one of them grand companies, but I've never been partial to the Sultan, if you know what I mean. The receptionist is something else. Do you perchance notice how small she's written names in her roll? I couldn't make out a single one, no matter how hard I tried. Sorry, I'm just trying to make idle conversation. The whole affair has me worked up. I thought for sure it was some sort of scam, that they were rounding up hapless adventurers for some nefarious ends. But now that I've seen the facilities for myself, I must confess it looks legitimate. I had a dream unlike any other. I was myself, and then I became something more. When I spoke of it to the others, they directed me here. Did you have one too? Oh, Arnvald. I take it you're a Kaliana? Tataru sent word that you had arrived. Lady Minfilia is eagerly awaiting your coming. This way, if you please.
So you're the adventurer of whom I've heard so much. Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have awaited your coming. Please, Be at ease. You are among friends here. No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea, nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us.
Right.
Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body? All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words. In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo.
Oh, she sounds so proud.
With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent. Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you not familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my lady. Thank you, Tataru. The pleasure is mine, my lady. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer, Vocate, regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that, that retainers will provide invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. Facilitate. That word was facilitate. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. mutually beneficial relationship, I am sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it is important that you are all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now that you know our purpose and what we can offer you, I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach one another afield. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. Our organization, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, was formed through the union of two separate entities. The first was comprised of Charlian natives such as myself, and was called the Circle of Knowing. The second, made up of individuals that share your rare gift, was known as the Path of the 12. The terrible events that ushered in the Seventh Umbral Era taught us only together may we stand against the evil that seeks to consume us. Summoning a primal is no small feat. It requires a tremendous concentration of ether, which is why the beast tribes go to such lengths to obtain crystals. Once they manifest in physical form, their unquenchable thirst for ether only grows stronger. They would think the land dry with a nary a thought to the consequences. Considering the fearsome strength, it would be well within their ability to do so. It is for this reason we must do our utmost to oppose them. While there are others who possess the echo, none are near as strong as you with the power, hence our extremely high expectations of you. This place is called the Waking Sand, and it is our headquarters. It used to be somewhere else, you know, but then a bunch of things happened, and we ended up here instead. The 7 waning moons see 7 suns rise. Divine order royals, fallen corpses writhe. Thus the divine chronicles seek to warn us once more. The meaning of these words now shines clear. They evoke the dire circumstances of this imperiled age. The realm doth shudder and twist, and the dawn lieth cowering nearth the stifling blanket of the night. And we abide, who await the coming of the unborn era's seed, the light which shall pierce the glowering darkness. Thanks, Urianger. We Scions have but one objective, to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it is that first brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer, Akali. I will go whether the wild rose blooms. Nymphilia is waiting to hear whether or not you will pledge your support to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I take it you will help us. Wonderful! I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Sharlayan ring any bells? It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard. The Sharlayans were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons. Those same brave souls stand before you now. The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Popalimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there!
Welcome! I had every confidence that you would agree to help us.
Me too? Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Yashtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings. Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
I love Urianger. He's such a goddamn weirdo.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose. We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm. Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
In time, I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
It would be my pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emoja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation. You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Ever at your service, fair lady.
Though this first mission, you will come to understand the nature of our struggle with the primals. I know, he's such a player. The realm may appear well on its way to recovery, but reality paints a far bleaker picture. The truth is out there, Akali, and I would have you discover it for yourself. Give me a sec. Well, never mind. Everybody's gone. I wasn't jumping. Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected. Assuming we are correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on the caravan, our friends at Amangia and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all their shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abduction should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Tripone, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves at the camp's de facto leader. Pray pay him a visit when you, and see that he gives us full cooperation. Our organization, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, was formed through the union of two... Oh, we already did this. Y'shtola. Don't mind me, Les. I'm just here to deliver a shipment. Now, where should I tell him to put it? Why don't any of these blokes know who I am? I swear I was one of them. Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Only we didn't have such a fancy name back then, and the headquarters was in a far more convenient location. At least I think it was. Or is me mind playing tricks on me? Gods, what's wrong with me? Why can't I remember it more clearly? Heh, so this boy has some Garlean blood in him. Can't say I'm surprised. Everyone knows what happens when a city is sacked, even if the bards choose to omit that part. But Alvernon shouldn't be pitied. Boys like him have a clean slate and opportunity to write their own story, free of the ties that bind the common man. The robberies and disappearance? The Amalja are the most likely culprit, wouldn't you agree? Then again, this is Thanalan. One cannot discount the possibility that moneyed interests are involved. They say that those of us who have seen the dream are chosen, that we have within us the seeds of greatness, that we could be heroes. Even me, an Alamegan half-breed cast out when his mother could no longer stand the sight of him. A half-breed who once took to banditry just to eat. I'm sure I'm just brimming with heroic potential. I think they all, the Scions at least, say the same thing. Oh, well, there are others who possess the... Oh no, it's all the same. I'm out of here then. Oh my god, Drybone is so far away. And I have to walk on my own two leggies. Is there a faster way? South Shroud? Oh god, I'm just gonna walk. Oh, it's so cloudy out. Dun, dun. Yeah, I have to complete this little side questy thing. Oh, I didn't mean side questy. I meant this, I meant arc. Yeah, this story arc. Ride. Well, that's a blue mage doing blue mage things. Q, do you have a two-seater mount? I'll make you get on and take me to places. No, I'm on Midgar Stormer. You can still come. I was still on Sargantus. You could still come and visit me, but I am on Midgar Stormer. Oh, I walked past it. But I don't think you have a two-seater mount. Worthless. They're making an 8-seat mount. Whale. She wasn't playing when the car came out. I have the car on a different character, though. But that doesn't help anybody. You didn't get the trout chocobo? Don't you have enough golden feathers at this point to get the... No, I don't think you can buy any of them. Don't you have gold feathers, though? Well, you can use your gold feathers for whatever you want. I'll just walk. By the time we get this all sorted out, I'll be there. No, there's only a few two-seater mounts. 2 of them are chocobos from Recruit a Friend. There's the car, and there's the $35 chocobo carriage. Oh, and then the Savage mounts. There's the E4S. And the Cerberus mount, which I don't think anybody... Well, somebody must have it. From Baja Clear. Oh yeah, and the whale. I forgot about the whale. Can't wait for bigger whale. Oh yeah, the wedding chocobo. If I had got the wedding chocobo on an alt and not my main character, I would lose my mind. Oh wow, it's raining in Drybone. Amazing. Just wet bone. No. I'm Isbarn. Here to search for the missing folk, I take it? Minfilia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Amalja. It seems we know who the culprits are at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to see the victims safely returned. Isambard of Camp Drybone is seeking to help to solve the mystery of the missing persons. Let us dive right into it then. Mithmilia names the Almalja culprits in all of this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Almalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but the light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the church of Saint Adama Landama, innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the deed before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Almalja still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You would find them on the eastern road. Oh, I missed a line. That's fine. Oh, there she is. Hell yes. No, it was Q invited me to my FC. Putting bodies in my pocket. Thank you, Q. Look at you. You look so nice. Your chocobo's so yellow. It is good to see you return. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen? When the body's given back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what of the Almanja? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Amalja remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the low-born disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there is more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amaja raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn another hand in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if there were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit in these vanishings? Isambard aims to turn his investigation to the common folk. What say we turn an eye to the common folk themselves? It may be among them that we find reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There is a merchant by the name of Ungust, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's in an inn, quaffing the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him. He's not like to speak to you. Zach Flair. I love that. That's a good name. Ungust. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Ulta. What in the seven hells do you want with me now? Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Embard. Folk around here are as wary as they come. They'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby them. Played them all for fools and coaxed some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before, what with all the disappearances. You can go talk to them yourself if you don't believe me. This guy's garbage. Oh, you're not who I was supposed to talk to. Please, miss, just leave me be. I have nothing to say but this. Thou'll take who or whatever's been feeding us off to the low folk. What do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please don't kill me. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and move to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. It's quite hot in here. Welcome back, Akali. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Ungus. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religion's beliefs. Perhaps they speak freely to their gods? Then the clergy may know something of use. Isambald would like you to learn what you can from the clergy. If we would know what the common folk speak of to their gods, we've no better place to ask than that at the Church of St. Adama Landama. It is a small and humble church found to the northwest of here, and so, as long as you're headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be borne to burial, and I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man named Marquis. He tends the graves of the Lich Yard. He will tell you where the body is to be placed. I am Marquis, yes. A body? Of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, miss. If you seek a place of burial, then there is an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lie him to rest there. Crazy old Maurice. Crazy old Marquis. Take this body out of my pocket. Naked. And then I turned him into rocks. Sneaky. May they walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you. But maybe Sister Orsen can? She has been kind to me. Everyone. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Orsen within the church walls. I hear you have done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambald when you next see him. You seek knowledge of the missing Drybone inhabitants? It is true, I am closer to the people than the other of the order. I confide in them, and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish Marquise would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep, indeed. He seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marquise, and soon. Thank you, Akali. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you, Akali? Oh, Thangrid, you're all janky. A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I, too, spoke with Ungus more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in the service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, and penance. Abject deeds are done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes confession, the good sister Orsen herself? Orsen? She wouldn't, she couldn't. Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on to this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marquise. I swear to the 12 I've seen that face somewhere before. Where did Thancred go? Isambard concerned about the questions surrounding Sister Orsen's integrity. Sister Orsen, it cannot be. Though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be she, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy, Akali, and see if you cannot glean something from him about Orsen's activities. Please help. Sister Osen went out on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Thala and the Order of... and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it. But what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. Tuko. You are the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child. Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given to him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. What we'll get through today. I think we'll definitely get to the trial. I don't think we'll get too much farther than that. Sister Osen was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Gods forfend, I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for mementos of orphans and risking her own well-being in the doing, no less. Certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. Isambard seems to have a message for you from Thancred. I am well glad I reserved the inn-room for Sister Osen. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, on to the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. We don't go back and talk to her, I guess. Dun 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 dun. Ah, there you are, Akali. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about good Sister Osen. As Bound said, her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But, false as though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Osen near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as the encampment, but, well, let us say, I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you, dear Akali. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Thancred. Thancred. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? This leaflet. See the wealth of Null to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nalthal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe one among the Order penned this. Pray take this to the inn at Camp Drybone, and let us see what Sister Orson makes of it. Oh, I was getting a little ahead of myself, remembering the quests in the wrong order. Just a dead body chilling here, huh? Now, let us see what Osen makes of this leaflet. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? What is this? Blasphemous! These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive the people? The plot thickens, Akali. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to his deception. There is no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned here. Who would do such a thing? I know whose. Isambard, Constantinople. Posing as a priest, to think. These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again, Akali. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. No. I'm gonna look even more ridiculous. Wait. I've had better shoes this whole time? God dang it. Oh. I could have got money. That must have been my free drop from the mines that I didn't realize. Isambard wants to help you identify and apprehend the false priest. I'm afraid I have not yet seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them. But unless we can identify the culprit, and soon more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Akali and me serve by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. Oh, I dare to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunic slops should serve your needs, as long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, Akali. So as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at the camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. Oh. Now I stinky. Greetings, good madam. Is there aught I might assist with you? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Perhaps you should rejoin your fellows out at the pond north of Sandgate? What is it? Oh god, it's not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours in Drybone? I preach the teachings of Azima, the warden. Hast thou come to partake in the honey of her wisdom? Azima is keeper of sun and goddess of inquiry. All is light bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. And you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coin for your like. Begone, and see to it you don't make a nuisance of yourself. And I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here and let me finish my story. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance, Akali. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants, and though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of Sandgate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away helpless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. fine morning for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, Akali. Positively dressed for deception. All that's left, then, is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor, unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live. No way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child, for I mean you no harm. I am the priest of the Order of Nalthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teaching of Nald. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of the atrocious performance, you would have made a God's awful mummer, Ungust. What? How'd you... You bastards tricked me. But please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there, if not born. Some moons ago, the Almalja raids began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Almalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands of what kind, pray tell? Well, first of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from Nanoa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Almalja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence, you could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you are not telling me the full story. What made you sell your own people? Speak. It was good. What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and never even see a fraction of what the Almalja pay me. You sacrificed innocence so you could line your own pockets? Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for this mess the world's in, then you blame yourselves or the gods. Ugh, not you again. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I don't know anything about that. I swear it. But at this stage, I'm rather declined to believe aught that leaves your mouth. But no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Ugh. Akali, be a dear and take word of these developments to Minfilia, would you? I shall pry everything out of this filth. The abductees are still out there somewhere. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. To Minfilia. Oh, much better. Akali, how goes it? All well's here, at least on the bookkeeping front anyway. Oh, everyone's gonna say the same stuff. Welcome back, Akali. I am pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see you have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. Oops. As Thancred said, I must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and as none but the Almalja know the answer, suffice to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Minfilia would like you to meet with a distinguished individual. Though we speak a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be ready to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field suitably prepared, I would have you meet a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mudamix Bubblypot, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mudamix is renowned for having introduced revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea. The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mudamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of the process. For this purpose I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mudamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft for you. Mudamix is ever to be found at the camp in central Thanolin, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. Oh, what am I doing? I can make this go faster. I think it's camp. I hope it's this one. Who is Uplander come to tent ring of Mudamix Bubblypots? Fighty Tool drinks in airy self. When full of airy self, Fighty Tool changes to Shiny Stone, name of Materia. In Materia join with other Fighty Tool, then Big Eyes Fighty Tool gain power of airy self. Shish, shish, Mudamix is reckoning the Uplander is friend of Minfilia. Yes, tongue flaps reach ears of Mudamix with fastness. Minfilia wants Uplander to see the power of Materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mudamix, yes? Oh, Fighty Tool is unstrong as eating tool. Make good teachy show of power of Materia. The Materia Master? Now eyes of Uplander point at Fighty Tool, yes? Push, 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 push. Materia join with Fighty Tool. Fighty Tool gains power of Materia. Fighty Tool reborn. Here, Uplander. Take Fighty Tool to Minfilia. Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It is created by drawing out the etheric constitutes from a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them. Not just any old equipment will serve you, mind you. You must have sufficient spirit bond with that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with the owner's spirit. When you attach a piece of materia to gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mudamix turned the dagger of yours from something as would have struggled to cut steak into a weapon worth wielding. Pish, pish, pish. Uplander wishes to be a joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become a joiner of materia. If Uplander wants brain case to rattle with knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learny ones of Mudamix. Alright, I need to do something with this guy too. Swinamos wishes to decimate the secrets of materia creation. What would you say if I told you that inanimate objects can possess a soul? They can, believe it or not, although the soul in question is not their own, that is of their owner. Through faithful service, the arms and armor that we use come to hold our spiritual energy. Thus do we form a spirit bond with them. The spiritual energy can be drawn out and converted into materia, a special kind of crystal that can be attached to gear to enhance its properties. I am well versed in the ways of materia extraction. If you wish to learn more about the process, it would be my pleasure to teach you. We are now ready to commence your learning. Good. As you will have gathered by now, materia is the crystallized form of one's spiritual energy. As this energy is derived from an individual's psyche, a volatile beast in the best of times, a degree of variance is to be expected from its production. In practice, this means you won't know the exact properties of stone until you cradle it in your hand. Now, materia won't grant you much of anything on its own. Its power must be tapped, see? And this is achieved by melding it to gear. Know, though, that it takes deft hands of a craftsman to meld materia. You can always seek others to attach materia on your behalf, but you would sooner do it yourself. I recommend you speak with Forbolis. Melding is her expertise. Watch this. Oh, there's nothing to watch. That's fine. Bat Horizon. Fighty tool. Brain case. Welcome back, Akali. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful? Ah, what a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I am sure you are aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, Akali, so make it your ally. Now it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak with me when we are ready to begin. Oh, I think my weapon is better than this. Yes, indeed. Minfilia would like you to assist the Immortal Flames. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Ungust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Ungust attend as planned. As the Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them, Akali. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he is able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me tell you to save some for him, such is his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you have made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Nice. Ah, you're Akali Yana of the Scions? My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture Amalja and prize them from whereabouts of the abductees. The Lizardmen aren't aware of that their man, Ungust, has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of this mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we request the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place at the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more from the Amalja, plot if the mission succeeds, Akali, and let's make sure it does. Contingent. Oops. Is the bait in place? Our man is in position, sir. Good. We'll make our move as soon as the Amalja appear. Yes, sir. Ugh! What is the meaning of this? Wait, something's amiss. I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the Immortal Flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? 'Twas almost as if someone was feeding them information from the inside. Aye, your every movement was known to me ahead of time. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. Put up your weapon, or your comrade's a dead man. Behind you! Bring her. The rest of you march. Traitors, scum. The lizards claim they will soon bring us before Ifrit for tempering. All of us are as good as dead. Listen well. These waters feed into the marches of Drybone. A short swim will set us to freedom. However, if all of us attempt to flee, we are like to be discovered. You alone must sneak out and assemble a rescue party. Once you have won free, seek out our comrade stationed at Drybone. He will show you the way back here. May the 12 speed your way. Oh, interesting. Well, here's all the kidnapped people. I found them. They're going to kill us, aren't they? Gods, I don't want to die. I want to go home. I fear the Almalja mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death, with steel in hand. The lizard men marched us into their stronghold. They were preparing for something, and I, for one, do not want to be around when they finish. Alright. I need to read fast, because everyone will be waiting for me. Lord of the Inferno, hearken to our plea. Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery. O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno, your humble servants beseech you. Grace us with your divine presence. O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know not your godhead. If you please you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame and mark them as your own. Bloody hells. Bring those two as well. What's going on? This ain't what we agreed. None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you! Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as loyal minions, feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn. Almighty Ifrit, my one true God, your words are my bread. Impossible. By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another? Yes, that is the only explanation. Foolish, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one, yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxes clear. Thou art of the godless blessed number. The paragons warned of thine abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered. Oh, the summit is very good. That was such a good level. You had all this time and you didn't put on your tank stance? So I got hit. They still don't have their tank stance on. There, he's got it. Goodness gracious. True. I had a very wild Temtara run yesterday. It's just this Lancer running ahead, doing whatever he wanted. It's just... Yeah, it was the tank was doing small pulls because I was baby, and I was like, that's fine. But the Lancer, before like we would finish a pull, would like run into the other room and just try and tank. It was crazy. They were definitely new and didn't know what was going on, but it was like, hold on there, friend. Pray forgive my lateness. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalja's zealots. I swear each seemed more evangelical than the last. Persistent lots. No, because I have to keep telling people what to do. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time extracting the captives, no less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it is fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. Yeah, I have my little mentor crown on my main. And I just can't help. I'm just trying to watch cutscenes and do my thing, and then I'm like, well, the tank doesn't have their tank stance on, so someone should probably tell them to put it on. I feel I owe you an apology, Akali. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would have never let you face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. I know. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, shall we say? This way, sir. So that was the mighty Ifrit. And what a disappointment he was. The readings are nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking old Dawn interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland, given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely upon. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me you'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meteor of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn for it to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary objective. Yet I find that I am troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority. I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I shall spare him the trouble of punishing you. With allies like that, beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. It's raining here again. It never stops. Ah, there you are, Akali. Come to rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Almalja will be less inclined to risk our wrath, for a time at least. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use to you or the abductees. That may be the whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered. Ah, well, it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, and by your hand no less. That is a deed of no ordinary individual, Akali. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud, all reckoning, that when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to the Waking Sands when you are good and ready. We can discuss matters in more detail then. Just don't take too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Rain is refreshing. Well, Oh, she's same thing as always. Maybe after this quest. The triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. My late arrival nearly cost Akali her life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took her prisoner, and I wasn't there when they served her to Ifrit. Yes, by some miracle she survived, but that does not excuse the fact that she should never have had to face such dangers alone. I failed her utterly, just as I am failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can't ill blame yourself for every... Akali, it is good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You have done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear, and now we can put paid to our long investigation. As we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this a tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume aether if they are to maintain their presence here, and the stronger they become, the more aether they require. Now, aether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air that we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of aether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can be often traced back to a primal. Which leaves us with the why of the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world has plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which the primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's primal physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful their god becomes. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to your power you possess, the Echo. We know not why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is though a greater power protects us. When you first came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you now begin to see why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are of a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding feeling is one of relief at your safe return. The immortal flames assured me they will deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite, Akali. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn the identity of the hero who felt Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Whether she intended to or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think would be best if you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered adoptees that were rescued. I am sorry to report that they are all to be put to death. The Flames, with whom you were imprisoned, included. Needless to say, this information must not be made known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this if there were any other recourse. But once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you will continue to stand with us, Akali. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the losses his people suffered. Until next time. Gods forgive me. How many more lives? Louisoix would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. Give me that respect. Well, yes. Minfilia is wearing a wry smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? Until not so very long ago, you were but one of many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought or reward, confirming to Yida and Papalimo that the Scions would benefit from your aid, and no sooner had you joined us that you personally bested the primal Ifrit. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in doing so. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Akali. Or rather, you have guests. Beg pardons! Lady Minfilia, radiant as always. I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero into their midst. I am here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa Lominsa, to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks. As you can see, Akali, your recent exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Akali's deeds spread so quickly that the immortal flame should know of her triumph is to be expected. But what of the other grand companies? Oh. Your reputation precedes you, Mistress Yana. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can face a primal and emerge the victor. And imagine our pride when we learned that you would begin your journey as an adventurer in our own Gridania. Know that people hold you in high esteem and that you will always be welcome among us. The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant women such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure the peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you, Mistress Yana. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing terms. A woman of your talent belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said you have the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, friend. It is only natural that we should want you for the Maelstrom. Join your strength to ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa Lominsa to the shores of glory. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I am quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on this matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations, empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa Lomensa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You shall be charged with its defense and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best serves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your allegiance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet I concede that it is no small choice you face. A thought occurs to me. You will, of course, recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold a remembrance service. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers? A fine suggestion. You are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Yeah, you can do... Yeah, I like that you can do everything on a single Final Fantasy character. You don't have to make a new character for each class. You could do all the jobs. It's good. Very well. Let Akali hear our leader speak, and then return here with her decision. We eagerly await your answer. I know full well that adventurers are by their nature a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited for the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a Grand Company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Akali, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one woman. In the midst of a Grand Company, however, you will be one woman amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we will have need of it in the days ahead. The Grand Company seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It will allow us to stay in touch regardless of location. Eorzea is changing, Akali, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now, it is time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will appraise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. The Elder Seedseer only speaks truths, and her words have the power to touch the soul. At the sound of her voice, all fall silent and attend her. The Flame General is a passionate man, and his words never fail to light a fire in the belly of those who listen. I am sure you will be no exception. When the Admiral speaks, even pirates listen, and that is no small thing. She is a born leader, the kind one would gladly follow to the 7th Hell. With the power you possess, there will be those who wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet however vigilant you are but one woman. Oh, I've already read that. talk to Tataru and don't just head off like I've done 1,000 times. I'm sorry about the attention you're getting, Akali. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly and often to a few too many people. Next time I will be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you want to know where and when the remembrance services are taking place? If all goes to plan, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services, and Elder Seed Seer Kane-sana will deliver her address at Mien Kinto's amphitheater. I should probably mention at this point that due to organizational challenges involved in assembling all of the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might change. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll want to go to Ul'dah, where Flame General Raban Alden will be addressing the masses at the Royal Pomegranate. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last, but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom in Limsa Lominsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merweb Blofishwin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself to the Sentry Zenthal, and he will admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope you find the Remembrance Service suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order, though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in the favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell. Oh. Nedrick of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn has some useful information he wishes to share. Hail there, adventurer! I'm Nedrick Ironheart, the explorer of trade and a scion by allegiance, and you, my friend, look to me, an adventurer in need of a challenge. I happen to know just the place and will offer it to you. Tucked away in a corner of eastern Thanalan lies Halatali, and it is there that you will find all the excitement you crave. The place boasts of a storied history. It was built some 100 years past and is a training ground for gladiators. The calamity laid it to ruin, though, as it did to most things. Now Halatali is a shadow of its former self, but in the dark of that shadow lurk wild beasts, both bloodthirsty and beyond count. For one such as yourself, I dare say there is no finer place than Halatali to test your skill and refine your technique. Indeed, I've taken the liberty of passing your name along to the Flames who oversee the place. Should you visit, speak to Fafajoni near the entryway. The stuff in Halatali is part of your Grand Company log. Whoops. So I will be doing that before I do Halatali. Where are we going? Space. Amphitheater.
I lost my son to the calamity.
The 3 Seed Seers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago. Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization, and soon they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elizin. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us. Though we Gridanians have no love for war, we have still less for those who would threaten our way of life. Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought its war of conquest to Eorzea, we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness.
I love Brother Asumi, but he is empty. That is a blank stare. There are no thoughts inside this poor boy's head. 1,000-yard stare.
And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive. Driven to desperation, some among us have strayed from the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered from within and without, it is of little wonder that our unity now falters. Dark times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk the high roads without fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood. Let none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united. Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania.
I guess it's one of those, it's the thought that counts kind of things. I would guess.
We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder's standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs. For serenity, purity, and sanctity.
Oh, I agree.
We must think of the children.
Woods will be done.
It's up to us to protect the
For
forest.
the elementals! If you'll permit me, Alfie no. And my sister, Alize, at your service. I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition and wont to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians, until recently at least. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned the primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal ever more regularly, you may rest assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelves Wood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Gridania vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to an all-out war, and when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we will find out, if the Elder Seedseer's words fell on fertile ground. maybe both. It's not my remembrance ceremony. My favorite Pokemon is actually, it's a Mew. Not a bunny at all. So Build-A-Bear, hold on, I'm gonna tell this story really quick before I go to cutscene. Build-A-Bear has like these Pokemon Build-A-Bear things, and I have many of them. But they like released Dragonite last year, but he was online only. And the problem with online only is that they have an awful voice box inside them. Plus they give them their clothing, which I don't need. I prefer my my Build-A-Bears naked. And then it's like, so like a regular $30 bear now gets bumped up to like $70. And I was really, really sad about it because he was online only. And then they released Mew earlier this month, who is also online only and very small, and it's like $70. And I'm like, I'm losing my mind. It's Mew. Just so they're supposed to eventually get in stores, but I'm like super bummed. Anyway. It's crazy.
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanimo herself!
And Roban as well!
Oh, grace.
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
I hope so too. I think I will. Dragonite's supposed to be in stores like on the 11th. So. And then Mew will probably be in a few months, but it's still like a crazy bummer. I wish they'd make the price reasonable considering going outside to the stores, especially a mall in these current times is not ideal. So I just sigh loudly.
Hurrah! Roban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold, where by the grace and glory of Nalthal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard.
I think they're just trying to get as much money out of people as they can, in my honest and humble bunny opinion.
Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Yet many left our gates, never to return.
Yeah, I think eventually it'll come, but I got the email and I was like, no, that's my favorite.
Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death. Our enemies surround us. The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads, strangling the lifelines of trade. Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Uldar stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond. Now is the time to unite. Now is the time to ride forth. In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you, line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Uldar, but to restore her to prosperity. As the realm prospers, so shall Uldar. As Uldar prospers, so shall her people.
Ya for Uldar!
Together we are one.
Your grace.
Raoban? People of Uldar, I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you. Much has been made of the wealth of Uldar. Yet those who measure that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived. For the true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people. Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Uldar, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
For victory and fortune, stride fearless into the Inferno, for we are by fire reborn! Forsooth?
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
Goodness gracious. The voice acting is so bad. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Omalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you've encountered them? The Uldans do not shy away from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So, have they dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stroked to life? Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Uldar has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It had been observed that the Omalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Uldans send their forces to smite the primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is brought with blood. It is a war of attrition, which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the immortal flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your expertise would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. Limsa. We're good. What's crowded over here? Here to attend the remembrance service? Be quick, the Admiral's due to give her address at any moment.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride. "700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran aground in this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The crimson field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the black longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Carteneau. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa. I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage, yet many of ours did not survive. Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom. Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
I'm taking a sippy.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The
bastards.
Sahagin have risen?
While the mines of Ogomero spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go.
Sippy, please.
These savage beast tribes will be the first waves to crash against our creaking hull. And behind them swells the grim tide of the Garlean Empire. Even now, the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel our many enemies when mutiny breeds below deck? There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the Calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest. Mark ye well, a crew without unity is no crew at all. 'Tis but a mass of drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard, and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom. And with the guidance of the navigator, this great vessel of ours shall ride the waves, till sea swallows all!
Long live the Admiral!
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
I'll follow ye to the seven hells, Admiral!
Fancy meeting you again.
As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa Lominsa is plagued by two beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. The second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have also chosen to erect a fortress right in the Lominsans' backyard. And that is to say naught of the internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions, and while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blades and watch. If the Lominsans are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they will soon take decisive action against the beast tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom's standard will be drenched deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. Akali, this is Minfilia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we are to have them here at the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back. She wants them out of her office. Immediately. I'm hurrying. This girl's got the right idea. Two sets of ears. Oh. I like those little fox ears from the Fox Fate. Foxy Lady Fate. Have 2 sets of ears. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Oh wait, Tether. Some people let fame swell to their heads, but I believe yours will remain in proportion and firmly attached to your body. Here's hoping. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah! A different pet for a different day. Where'd he go? Oh, he might not be out here. The destruction that visited this land cannot be attributed to the forces of the Empire alone. Worm of midnight, of breath infernal, for some a legend made flesh, for others an insidious symbol of memory lost. We grasp but a piece of this puzzle. Much and more must we question and contemplate ere the fallen moon reveal its myriad secrets. I heard words of your deeds. I am sparing my praise so you know that you have truly impressed me. Be that as it may, it is fortunate that Thancred arrived when he did. Had he been but a moment later, I shudder to think what might have transpired. Thancred didn't do shit. Speeches? Oh yes, I love them. There's nothing like a good exposition when you're having trouble sleeping. 5 years ago, the 3 grand companies joined as one and fought the Garlean Empire at the Cottonau Flats. And now, for the first time, the people will gather to remember those who fell in the battle. That being said, no one has had any clear memory of what transpired that fateful day, not even the leaders of each nation. Sir, you've put us all to shame with your recent performance in the field. If I'm to keep up, I dare say I need bigger knives. Crunch, 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 crunch. Oh, hello again, lass. Meet Perseverance. He was thick as thieves. We was thick as thieves in the old days. At least I think we was. Or it might have been that he was a right creepy bastard and I did me best to avoid him. Still, we were both members of the old order, so either way, we're in this together, eh? Hello? I must confess, I do miss that obnoxious Mikote's company. Abba is taking part in the joint operation with the Immortal Flames. I imagine he's having the time of his life right now. And an experienced warrior like Abba won't die so easily. He's strong, fast, cunning. Aye, he'll come back safe. Everything looks to be in order. Right on to the next customer. It's me. Welcome back, Akali. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you had hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why their services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you, Akali. But you must first be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer.
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and 7th Umbral era warranted scarcely a mention.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity? No, dear Alize, they haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them. Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience. There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady!
We are to escort you!
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
I take it the Elder Seed Seer's words have touched your heart. Have you resolved to entwine your destiny with the fate of the Twin Adder? You have chosen wisely, my friend. The Elder Seed Seer will be overjoyed. Without further ado, let us speak of practical matters. In order to complete the enrollment procedure, you must report to the Adder's Nest. The Twin Adder Recruitment Officer seems eager to welcome you to Gridania's Grand Company. I dare say you know it well from your wanderings in New Gridania. Give your name to the personal officer there, and he will guide you through the formalities. I have no doubt that your deeds will bring great honor to our order. When we next meet in Gridania, I shall be proud to call you sister. You come to the Adder's Nest headquarters of the Order of the Twin Adder. Ever do we welcome they who would toil in the Elemental's name for the good of our forest nation. My name is Akaliana, and I believe you are expecting me. Ah, the great adventurer herself. Yes, our recruitment officer sent word that you were on your way. It is a pleasure and an honor both to welcome you to our ranks, friend. Now, let me gather together the relevant documentation. Sir! What is it? Report? An urgent message from Amaresk's Spire, sir. A high-wind skyway ship has taken fire from Imperial forces in the skies over the East Shroud. The vessel's engines were crippled, sir, and it was forced to make an emergency landing southeast of the 9 Ivies. 9 Ivies? Gods, they could not have come at a worse time. All but a handful of our forces are presently afield, dealing with the Ixal. Kali, I know full well you have yet to be formally introducted into our ranks, but we have urgent need of your aid. In all likelihood, the airship was bearing civilians, and if the reports are accurate, it will come down dangerously close to Garlean-occupied territory. Please make all haste in the area southeast of 9 Ivies, locate the airship, and ascertain the status of the passengers. Darn it. That is unfortunate. Oh, I don't have to deal with that. It's super unfortunate because I've been there like a dozen times. Bum, bum, bum. Turks is a good FC name. I like that a lot. Do they have a Final Fantasy? They do. I like that. All of a sudden. An adventure? What are you doing out here? No, wait, let's find some cover first. Just walk out of the blue circle. That easy. The Adder's Nest sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform. Peace, friend. We mean you no harm. You're an engineer of Garland Ironworks, are you not? We were alerted to your plight and have come to rescue you. And you are a Kaliyana, I presume? I was told to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to that man's treachery? The secrets of Magitech belong to Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Imperial scouts from Castronorians. They mean to requisition the ship. Wedge, you have to help him. The fool of a Lullafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. The tiny Bronco? But isn't that Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland, well, since he went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her first test flight. And she was soaring, she really was, till those blasted bastards shot her out of the sky. Attend me well. The Ironworks' latest creation must not fall into Garland hands. We shall strike them swift and sure, and rescue Engineer Wedge. Akali, I trust we can rely on you for your support. May the matron watch over us. With me. An ambush! To arms! Biggs! Wedge, you shouldn't have stayed upon the ship. That was a close one. Too damn close. So how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust from the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications and she'll be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. While you do your work, we shall keep watch over the perimeter. The enemy may yet be lurking nearby. As for you, Akali, you have more than done your part today. I bid you return to the Adder's Nest and complete your enlistment. I pray that there will be no further interruptions. When we next meet, let it be as fellow serpents of the Order. I just wanted to say sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. Got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if it hadn't been for you and the Twin Adder lads there, we would have been chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend. We both are. Wedge. Thank you. We're very grateful. Oh, I'm just gonna teleport. Heck it. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. My rocks. Akali, it does my spirit well to see you returned. Word arrived but moments ago that the team at 9 Ivies, lest you worry, the 2 engineers are safely on their way. The lieutenant informs me that you were instrumental in the mission's success. Had you not found Engineer Biggs when you did and helped us to rout the Garleans, things might have been very different. And all of this before you were even introduced into the Order. You are well on your way to carving out a fine career for yourself beneath the Twin Adder's standard. But without further ado, let us see your introduction. 12 willing, there won't be any further interruptions. The personal officer stands ready to complete the induction into the ranks. Protocol requires that I appraise you of who we are and what we do, after which I will invite you to swear an oath of your own free will. Ahem. The Order of the Twin Adder is the Grand Company of Gridania. It brings together the martial, economic, and technological resources of our nation that we might stand strong in times of direst adversity, when our very survival hangs in the balance. Our order was formed in the days before the calamity, in readiness to fight the Garlean Empire and to combat the beast tribes and their primals. Needless to say, our struggle continues to this day. Elder Seer Kane Sana is the supreme commander of our forces. Under her wise leadership, we protect the people of Gridania and the sanctity of the Twelveswood. As the entwined serpents that grace our standard, lest Forestborn strive as one with the friends from afar to ensure that peace shall ever reign in Gridania. In doing so, we honor the will of the elementals, and theirs is the will of the wood. Now then, Akaliana, I ask that you give unto us your oath of allegiance in whatever fashion you see fit. I shall strike down our enemies and drink of their blood. Quite. The fervor of you is duly noted. May it lend you strength as you strive to preserve all that is good in this great nation. By the power vested in me, I assign you the rank of Serpent Private 3rd Class. You are now a woman of the Order of the Twin Adder. Go forth, Private Yana, and do which brings peace to the Twelveswood and honor to our name. Can you hear me? Akali, this is Minfilia. An officer at the Order of the Twin Adder contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Yana. I have no doubt you are eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a serpent of Gridania, you are no less a scion. Pray return to the Waking Sands at your earliest convenience. There are some friends here whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. A distant call of a friend in need, perhaps? As you are needed elsewhere, I shall not keep you any longer. I would, however, suggest speaking with High Serpent Commander Borsal Heliswa before you depart. He may provide you with the assistance on the journey ahead. Dun, 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 dun. We're probably not gonna be able to see Minfilia today, but I did want to do Hatali before we finish. And it's a fairly quick dungeon. God willing, everything goes right, so. Oh no, I should have talked to this commander to get my chocobo. That's fine. We'll do chocobo stuff next time. Look at these cute little guys. I love them. With their big snouts. If it is the halls of Halatali you seek, you need seek no further. Permit me to tell you something of this place. The name comes from an ancient tongue. Halatali meaning the land of many shadows. It was here that our distant ancestors first settled and... Bah, you have not come all this way for a history lesson. You're right. They should be governors, all of them. Shh, listen. Do you not hear the howls and growls? Do you not feel how they shake the very earth beneath you? The sounds are the work of wind, no, of no wind, my friend, nor the rumbling of doing of any shadows. Those are the calls of Halatali, for the beasts once kept here, for the Colosseum lurk here. And there are no gentle beasts broken by the hand of man. No, there are those within that even the might of the mortal flames cannot tame. From the look of you, you must be a Kali. Aye, I've received word from Nedrick that you might be along. By his recommendation, I grant you leave to enter freely. I only pray that you are able to find your way out. Nice. Give me them gloves. Alright. Right? It's very like, oh. Or when like I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I go into the kitchen to grab like a snack really quick, and I hear the ping, and I'm like, oh, I gotta hustle. I gotta get back. There is behemoth in here. There's quite a few behemoths in here. Oh, I'm the only baby. didn't do no wrong. Rathalos is in Final Fantasy XIV. He drops as a mount. And he was, so, to do Rathalos, to do the extreme Rathalos, you could only have 4 people. No one could die, as a collective, no one could die more than, 3 times. You weren't able to heal after a certain point. At least with like your magic repertoire. And he dropped 1 special scale for every kill. And I had to fight him 50 times because he wouldn't drop his amount. So then I had to buy him with the special scales. And it was awful. It was so rough. He did drop once, and I was doing it with a group of friends, and we swapped out somebody really quick. He did, I think, 2 runs. The mount dropped. He won it, and he was like, well, thanks guys. Like, he looted and scooted. I, however, did it like 30 more times after that. Yeah, I did get MMO'd pretty hard. The game is pretty generous with mounts, I feel. It's like nowhere near World of Warcraft levels of mount dropping. Where there are mounts in World of Warcraft that have like a 0.02% drop rate. Nothing ever feels that small or unfair. You'll eventually get it, and if you can't get it, if you do the fight like 99 times and collect all the totems, you can just buy them out that way. Which I had to do for one of the bosses for a dragon. This expansion. I'm not targeting the right thing, I'm just not afraid. Stop. Oh, I see what's happening. My enemy skill list is causing problems. It's actually too big. Oh. Yeah. I don't think I have the Nether Wing Drake. For the same reasons. What is going on here? Perhaps not. Oh, they're pulling with overdrive. Or overpower. Well, that's not ideal. Does cause problems like that. I will fix my bars next time, because they are becoming a problem. I have 2 of the blue drakes, like the azure and whatever the other one was called. I have obsidian, I have gold, and white. I'm missing emerald. I'm probably missing nether. And I'm missing ruby. No. There's something else I'm missing because you get emerald from getting all of the drakes. Oh, I don't remember. It's been too long. God, I have desired K-Thalos' Phoenix for 15 years. Such a need in my heart for so long. Granted, I haven't like spent even half that time grinding it out, but whenever I played, I would always run it in hopes that it would drop. I love him so much. K-Thalos is one of my genuinely my favorite characters in the game, and his like love for his Phoenix is actually really sweet, and his little white Hawk Strider too. It's very pure. There's always such like really nice things written about the two of them. I'm just like, oh, my heart. It's just so sweet. Oh, I already have the best earrings I could possibly have. I don't have rescue. Tank it out of the water. It's electrical. I'm begging you. Oh my god. Rexar is really good too. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Heroes of the Storm. I didn't like playing Rexar in Heroes of the Storm, but I liked playing with Rexars in Heroes of the Storm. It's like, yes, I am safe here. This man will protect me. Yeah, I played healers and hots a lot. I liked the little fairy dragon. Yes. Yes. Yeah, there's the little fairy dragon, fey dragon. I played him. And the girl panda. She was good. Nice. I finally have real pants on. I played a lot of Sylvanas too if I had to be DPS. I loved Sylvanas. She was so good. You could take out a whole lane just by yourself. And if people weren't paying attention to you, you could end matches immediately. She was deadly. I don't know if she's still as deadly as she used to be. I played some Cathalis. Pretty miserable. Hots was a lot of fun. I should play some Hots on stream. Oh, I've never played that. That's okay. I like the objectives. But if Final Fantasy XIV PvP has taught me anything, people don't care about objectives. They just want to kill. Oh, the tank is dying. Yeah, I was too busy doing DPS. Oh, well, the tank's also standing in fire. Why? Stay out of stuff like that. That's why they're dying. They stood in the lightning water. They're standing in fire puddles. Please, I am just one bunny. You don't even do damage to him when the fire puddle's there. Oh my god. We're doing all over again. It's fine. It's not a big deal. See, easy peasy. Earrings, and I don't need that book. What did I get though? I got shoes. Oh my god. every day I stream, my outfit gets worse and worse. Thank goodness for those bunny ears. The only saving grace to this entire wardrobe. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Britannia, and I'll get my Chocobo first thing next week, and then I'll have you guys name him. So, save up your beans. Thank you so very much for watching. I am off for the night, and I am off tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. EST with more Hades, and then we are starting a new game at 6 p.m. EST, which is Pillars of Eternity. That will be good fun. I hope. I'm very bad at it, but we'll try and make it fun. Thank you so much for watching. Icons should be going through today. It takes 48 hours for the affiliate icons to do what they need to do. So hopefully those will be available soon. I'm still working on the channel and getting things set up, so I appreciate your patience. Yes. So, if you are looking for updates about what I am doing, you can find those on Twitter. If you are looking for any of my other series, you can find those on YouTube, all of which are linked below. Thank you again, and I hope you all have a very lovely evening, and take care. Goodbye!